Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable members, DG, members of staff of the DTI, of our agencies, of the export councils, our Deputy Minister, members of the business community, members of organised labour, distinguished guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. In the State of the Nation address delivered on the 16th of February, President Ramaphosa spoke of a new dawn in which our country would put behind it the era of diminishing trust in public institutions and weakened confidence, and come together to promote higher levels of more inclusive economic growth. What then is the contribution of the DTI? We have long argued and maintained that achieving higher levels of more inclusive economic growth requires that we structurally transform our economy, both to move to a higher value-added growth path and to create more opportunities for more effective participation by our people. Yesterday, we launched the 10th iteration of our Industrial Policy Action Plan. Like all previous iterations, the main content of this year's IPAP is an outline of the key action plans in support of industrial development that will be implemented by various parts of government over this financial year and the next two. However, as this year's IPAP is the 10th, it also provides us an occasion for sober reflection and assessment of the DTI's trade and industrial policy interventions over the past decade. Chairperson, between 2010 and 2016, value addition in manufacturing grew by just 1% per annum. Over the same period, investment declined by 1.3% and employment by 0.7%. However, both labour and capital productivity grew by more than 1.5%, while exports flourished, growing at over 5% per annum. What do these statistics tell us? On the positive side, they tell us that the fact that our export performance is substantially better than expected gives us, we would argue, a degree of comfort that significant parts of our manufacturing sector are fundamentally internationally competitive. Also, the fact that our labour productivity has grown consistently confirms that although we have significant skills challenges in specific areas, our people are perfectly capable of operating effectively in an increasingly complex manufacturing environment. However, the growth of manufacturing as a whole, at 1% per annum, is simply too low to propel our economy onto a new, higher value-added growth path. It is too low to generate sufficient jobs in the sector itself, or taking account of the significant job multipliers in related service sectors to make its potential contribution to reducing unemployment in the country. Investment in the sector, as in our economy as a whole, has been underperforming, requiring the kind of big push on investment now being led by the President. Honourable members, through IPAP, we have supported many firms and many jobs. Through IPAP, we have protected and developed industrial capabilities which are indispensable to South Africa's long-term growth prospects. Through IPAP, we have painstakingly nurtured new areas of economic development. The lessons we draw from a decade of IPAP are the following. First, industrial policy works where it's adequately resourced and where public sector funding is deployed to support industry with appropriate conditionalities. Second, industrial policy works if it is carefully designed, reviewed, and responsive to dynamic global and domestic markets. Third, industrial policy works where there is policy certainty, program alignment, and integrated support across government for the industrialization effort. Fourth, industrial policy works where there is a close collaborative relationship with the private sector and with organised labour. Madam Chairperson, the debate in both government and the private sector is now no longer whether we should pursue industrial policy, but rather how to enhance its impact in manufacturing and to apply its principles to other sectors of our economy in order to unlock higher levels of more inclusive economic growth. One of the key questions now confronting us is how to deploy our industrial policy tools to unlock our township economies and how to maximize the developmental impact, especially in terms of jobs. As we prepare for the Jobs Summit, our negotiations with social partners will require us to make tough choices as our fiscal outlook remains constrained, but we remain positive about South Africa's improving economic output. It's no secret that we all know that our economy has been languishing for a number of years recently as a result both of international and domestic factors. However, we can now see some signs of improvement. The 1.5% forecast by the National Treasury for 2018 is but a flaw that we can add to if we get some of our programs to be working more effectively. The greater optimism in the South African economy is underpinned by the improving confidence levels. We've seen the Purchasing Managers Index breaking the 50 index point earlier this year, suggesting that conditions in the domestic manufacturing sector are more favorable. We're also encouraged to see a steady recovery in the Business Confidence Index, which moved to 45 in the first quarter of 2018 from 34 in the fourth quarter of 2017. The international bank Goldman Sachs has called South Africa the hot equity market for 2018. Our challenge is to maximize this renewed confidence, to implement policies that will support growth and job creation, thereby addressing the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment facing our country. Already, South Africa is on a path to recovery, and government is taking action to support and sustain this trajectory. In this regard, we have refocused our efforts to enhance investment facilitation services through the establishment of a professional intergovernmental one-stop shop centre. Its objective is to serve as a single entry point for investors in need of assistance with regulatory compliance and also access to our programs, and to change the decision-making process by increasing transparency, clarifying regulations, and improving the quality of service. The one-stop shop hosted at the DTI campus is now fully operational, and we have launched 3 provincial branches of the one-stop shop in the Western Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, and in Gauteng. We will roll out more of these in other provinces and also scale up proactive investment attraction and retention to build confidence and improve the investment climate. As the President announced in his SONA, government will be hosting an investment conference this year. Groundwork in preparation for this is an advanced stage, and Invest South Africa is a key agency in this regard. The DTI is also contributing to the Youth Employment Service launched by President Ramaphosa in March 2018. The YES program seeks to create 1 million paid internships, therefore creating opportunities for young people to receive on-the-job training and crucial work experience. Companies participating in the YES initiative will be rewarded with additional broad-based Black economic empowerment points, and the notice providing for this is now out for public comment. Honourable members, I'm happy to report that the Special Economic Zone program continues to gather pace. Time constraints allow me to focus on just one SEZ. To 42 operational investors with the investment value of over 7 billion rand. Investment commitments, including projects under construction, amount to over 12 million and include the Beijing Auto Works, Osho Cement, and Hella Automotive Products. KUGA has recently received the coveted title of the best international trade marketing specialist at the Sub-Saharan Enterprise Awards in 2017. economic zone in Mpumalanga, and the one at Atlantis here in the Western Cape. Efforts to promote industrial decentralization also include our industrial park revitalization program. Through this program, we've been able to turn around some of the long neglected parks, and in doing so, support many thousands of jobs. Our experience of this and other programs confirms that we need to rethink how we view economic activities in townships and rural areas. We need to realize that there is unleashed pent-up economic potential that we can support in these areas with relatively modest investments. And it's essential that we do so, and this is part of the philosophy of the industrial parks. But work is now underway to develop a coordinated government-wide program of action to unleash, unshackle township industrialists. We've budgeted 250 million rand to further revitalize industrial parks in this financial year, including those in Zimbabwe in the Eastern Cape and Sio Buswa in Mpumalanga. Honourable members, incentives are indispensable part of the industrial policy toolkit. The DTI's incentive reach every major manufacturing subsector. Between 2011, 12 and January 2018, private sector investment attracted through the DTI's incentives amounted to 326 billion rand, and are estimated to create or retain approximately 670,994 jobs. Just in the last financial year, the DTI supported investments worth 40 billion through our various incentive programs. These incentives have come about through the provision of a competitive but not excessively generous incentive program. Through the deployment of incentives, we are constantly pushing local companies to do more in terms of investments, job creation, and transformation. A good example of the latter is Volkswagen South Africa's commitment to support the entry of black industrialists into the automotive value chain through the Tinga Empowerment Project, which is in line with the enterprise and supply development element of the initiatives to provide focused support in job-rich value chains. In the coming year, we will announce a new $500 million incentive program, which focuses on the metal and engineering value chain, which has been severely impacted by global conditions as well as some of our domestic challenges. As we have shown in our clothing and textile program, judicious use of incentives and other industrial policy tools can support raising the competitiveness, which can stabilize jobs in sectors in distress and indeed position these for growth. This year, we will be launching the Automotive Master Plan, which will also be the basis of the new successor program to the Automotive Production and Development Program. We will also be rolling out and developing a similar master plan for the clothing, textile, footwear, and leather industry. Honourable members, in 2016, we began implementing the Black Industrialist Program to address the evident reality of the lack of inclusivity and representativity in the sector. I'm proud to report that this program has exceeded our expectations. We set a target of construction going on by our Black Industrialist program. Through the Black Industrialist program, incentive program that we have been managing, as well as other interventions by other departments and entities in government. 48 companies have also received market access support. And all of these have leveraged at least 8 billion rand in investment and jobs created or retained are projected to exceed 18,400 jobs. Lessons from the 2016-18 rollout of the Black Industrialist program suggests that the support now needs to be calibrated and differentiated by different categories of Black industrialists. The new program, which we are outlining now, will be segmented into 3 parts, which we are calling the pioneers, the catch-up, and the infant stage industrialists. The pioneers will consist of those Black industrialists approved during the inaugural window of the program up to March this year. For these Black industrialists who have completed the first phase of their investment, we will provide support through a post-investment office which will troubleshoot any barriers, including regulatory hurdles ensure interaction and coordination between the state and each of them to resolve challenges quickly and to find solutions to benefit the growth of those businesses. We will also open up to some of them. The best of these, I hope. The opportunity to apply for a further incentive so that they can take these already remarkable businesses yet a step further. The catch-up group is the second wave of black industrialists, which will run from 2018-19 to 2021. It will provide financial support for projects in line with the approved guidelines, as well as non-financial support. The third leg will involve working with the Department of the Small Business Development to align some of their programs to support infant stage black industrialists. This support will be targeted at small companies in the manufacturing sector. We will also use the tool I already mentioned earlier. The required sector to create more opportunities for small businesses in these value chains. I want to say just briefly that the Black Economic Empowerment Commission, which was set up under the legislation passed by this House a few years ago, with the aim of combating fronting, has already issued findings for non-compliance to 45 entities involved in one or rather form of fronting. They managed to settle the cases in six instances to the benefit of black shareholders. I'm going to be convening a dialogue with all of the approved black industrialists who have finalized the first phase of their investment to further discuss how we can collaborate to further grow the Black Industrialist Program. This dialogue will also invite to this dialogue relevant entities inside and outside of government. We remain committed to stimulate manufacturing through the localization program, which is another important tool of industrialization. Looking back at localization, the picture now is that we have designated 23 products And these are now required to be procured by different organs of state according to those criteria and all elements within the public sector. IPAP includes a table that shows the designations have covered procurements between 2015 and 2017 with over 50 billion rand. This amount of money would be very, very likely otherwise have gone to imported products. There have been successes in localization, but we also know and acknowledge that the implementation of local content has been uneven across all spheres of government. As hearings undertaken by the Portfolio Committee, among others, have established willful non-compliance with government policy has led to enormous import leakages in the domestic economy. This means that while we roll out new localization designations, we also need to address the issues of monitoring and evaluation and of consequence management. We're currently working with the Auditor General to monitor and to issue findings about compliance with this regard. We're working with DPME the newly reinvigorated Proudly South Africa to capacitate our industry practitioners and stakeholders on local content implementation, while building a greater understanding and support for public procurement amid supply development and a national by a local campaign. Chairperson, I don't have time to go through some of the matters of international trade that I would have covered, and anyone who's interested can see what you want to say on the website. I want to start concluding by welcoming the Auditor General's clean reports for the year 2016-17, both for the department and for most of our agencies. A clean audit means that our financial statements were free from material misstatements, and there were no material findings on the reporting on performance objectives or non-compliance with legislation. A clean audit is an indication that we are committed to good governance and clean administration that will lead to better service delivery for our department's stakeholders. I want in particular to applaud the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission for its very that was very close to getting disclaimers back in 2010. It's now implemented an effective ICT modernization strategy and improved on its financial governance. Finally, I want to just say that in terms of gender equity, we have been pursuing gender equity as part of our internal transformation policies. Our target for women employed in the senior management positions for 2017 and 18 was 50%, and I'm happy to report that we've exceeded that with 51% of senior management positions occupied by women. Of these women, 31% are African, 4% are colored, 11% to Indian, and 6% to white. These achievements these achievements represent years of continuous improvement, requiring diligence from all staff members of the DTI. I commend them for their collective achievements, and I want to thank the DG, our Deputy Minister, members of the staff, and the Portfolio Committee for their unwavering support over many years. I have pleasure in tabling the budget report for the DTI for consideration by the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. unemployment, reduce poverty and inequality. This approach is creating a business and investor-friendly environment, promoting higher value production and stimulating trade for South Africa's manufactured goods and agro-processed products. The budget reflects the bold and decisive action that the Department of Trade and Industry is taking to restructure the South African economy to an exporter of beneficiated commodities and value-added products, using the 10th iteration of the Industrial Policy Action Plan. IPAP is concretizing the National Development Plan, which the World Bank in its April 2018 report confirmed is a plan that will enable South Africans and South Africa to triumph over poverty through cutting unemployment and overcoming inequality. This is precisely the DTI's mandate, and the department will use its $9.5 billion budget to actually and agro-processing sectors to contribute towards a more inclusive and broad-based competitive economy. IPAP is central to the DTI's implementation strategy to produce more value with fewer resources. The most highly successful incentives development program, which did the most optimistic expectations, gets an increase with a budget share of 64%, together with the industrial development share of 17%. These incentives will leverage they will leverage even higher investment in plant equipment, technologies, and skills. This will produce short of local components, you create new jobs. However, the success of the intervention depends directly on the public sector and state-owned companies. Financial resources allocated to the Black Industrialist Program have increased twofold, and this is contribution contributing to the transformation of the private sector. This program encourages black people, black entrepreneurs to develop their own companies and industrial plants to become self-employed and to become employers themselves. So creating new jobs. And they are going to get 84.5 million in this budget. The latest addition to the department's programs is investment in South Africa, which is proving a real asset in attracting regional and international trading partners, and their one-stop shop is indeed the answer, Minister. The 14 entities administered by DTI must be supported. That means we need to rely on goods coming in, that they are safe, and we also need to rely on our goods going out, that they meet international standards. Now, the Minister has spoken about these. I think NAMISA, the National Metrology Institute, is doing great work, and we were pleased that they are getting an increase. The National Consumer Commission, we used to be a Cinderella, is beginning to do very good work. But most of all, the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications has finally done its turnaround and is beginning to produce results. What we do need now is to focus on some of the technical standards. The South African Bureau of Standards, which recently flouted test protocols. However, we welcome, Minister, the high level forensic inquiry which the department called for, and we await, as you do, the urgent response from SABS. And when we get that, you get that, we will certainly engage them as a committee. We also wish President, and yourself, Minister, to support the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. But we must remind everyone, we don't just sign intentions. We need to wait until technicalities have been concluded and the detail completed before we sign an agreement. And that's really all we are waiting for. But we continue to play a critical role in the regional economic integration of Africa through the tripartite free trade agreement. Of course, our traditional trade partners, we continue to trade with them while developing our intra-African trade and South. This budget recognizes the value of public-private partnerships, as well as the contribution to social compacts with civil society, including unions. Indeed, all South Africans are invited to join these trade industry initiatives to grow our economy and take it to a higher trajectory. The committee welcomes the memorandums of understanding with the Competition Commission, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the Employment Equity, the National Gambling, and the Accreditation System. But it encourages the conclusion of MOUs with the National Prosecuting Authority and South African Revenue Service and the Police Services. I would just like to refer to some of the points that we would like you to take account of, Minister. Minister, we would like you to engage with your fellow ministers to ensure the adoption of a coordinated approach to overcome the impediments which have arisen with respect to tenders related to designated products and sectors. Tenders awarded, but orders not following through. Minister, please also, as I see you have already engaged effectively with the Auditor General. So we certainly look forward to the outcomes produced the new dawn, which has been ushered in by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. Now, all South Africans, all South Africans, especially those earning an income from business and trade and industry are invited to join the President and the ministers of this government to grow our economy, because it is only in growing our economy and an inclusive economy that we will create the jobs that are required, not working against each other. So we do implore the government departments to do that. And I just want to indicate Honourable Chairperson, and I hope I did not misunderstand what I heard. But I would like to thank all members of the committee for applying their minds to this budget inquiry and in the final production of this report, which the very, very valuable in, particularly the secretaries and the researcher and content specialist. I would also like to thank you, Minister, and the DG and the team for your cooperation. And as I conclude, I conclude on a rather optimistic note, which says, as I hope I'm correct, that Patricia DeLille has just been reinstated as the mayor, and I would like I would like to remind all of us sitting in this house, it does not pay to cut processes short. I welcome this budget, and we support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the Honourable McPherson.
Thank you, House Chairperson. That was a truly bizarre speech by Ms. Fubbs. You would swear that her and the minister don't sit in the same party, with her having to beg the minister to do his job and to at least help our country out. But for 4 years facing serious problems. Putting the brakes on any and all growth prospects and job creation. Today, they've sung a very different tune. But what's changed? Well, the obvious difference between this budget and that of 2017 is that we have a new state president, and this is where the optimism is found. However, it would be rudimentary and in fact naive if we are to believe that President Ramaphosa is a messiah to deliver us into the dream of Nelson Mandela. Because not too long ago, they were celebrating the devaluing of the rand based on Jacob Zuma's horrific economic decisions for our country, because it made exports cheaper to overseas. Today, they are celebrating the strengthening of the rand on the notion that it is in fact President Ramaphosa's stability in the economy truly duplicitous. But the truth is, an economy that is built on sentiment is like the proverbial house built on sand. Because what our economy really needs is the deep and painful structural reforms that are required in order for us to see sustained economic growth and job creation. And this is where the Minister and Ms. Fabs fail dismally. Instead of being the sharp blade that cuts red tape, state-sponsored monopolies and producing legislation that instills investor confidence, they are more like a wooden baseball bat, beating anyone and all into the submission to do it their way. And we are not even sure which way that is anymore. It's no wonder that business confidence has fallen for a third month in a row since President Ramaphosa's election, because business can quite obviously see a wounded buffalo through the smoke of the Northwest province. In reports published from the World Bank and International Monetary Forum in recent weeks, we have seen how South Africa has slipped off the international investment map. A collection of international surveys indicate how South Africa has dropped from the 26th highest ranked country in the WEF global ranking to 61st in 2017. The IMD global ranking has South Africa dropping to 53rd from 37 out of 63 countries. The World Bank, doing business index, has seen South Africa from 28th place to 82nd in just a decade. It's easier to open a business in war-torn that investors seem not to be interested in. How do you go and sell something that this very government threatens to take away through expropriation without compensation? I fear that the lions have been reduced to a pack of hyenas that will have to pick up the scraps on the investment stage. Chairperson, it is absurd to understand how the minister can protect one company like ArcelorMittal while downstream manufacturers in the steel industry threaten to lose jobs that employ 170,000 people, all under his watch. And we continue to see under the minister how broad-based black economic empowerment is slowly focusing only on ownership and control for a few. Over the one that brings around real job creation for the now today 9.5 million unemployed South Africans. The recently published codes for public comment to accommodate the new YES initiative could potentially see big corporates only focusing on getting their ownership right at the expense of supply development, which would take us back to pre-2007 BE scoring. This would be devastating for small businesses. But we also need to acknowledge how government, the ANC government, and SOE's view BE. In the last year, only 12 government departments filed BE plans with the BE Commission. The ANC government is literally giving black empowerment the middle finger. We also know that SOE is manipulate BE procurement to suit the politically connected. It was only after the Democratic Alliance uncovered the sham that ESCOM passed off for BE procurement. Now we understand how bad it is. We now know that ESCOM paid Gupta-owned companies to get a trillion and optimum billions after they filed fraudulent BE certificates. Why did it take the DEA to uncover this fraud and not a single word was said by either the ANC or the minister? Chairperson, if we are to see South Africa into the fourth industrial revolution, we need to get our policies and legislation in line with best practices. As the committee saw on a recent study tour to Germany, we are a long way off. And that's because we require a government and a DTI that understands that businesses are the best place to drive development, growth, investment, and job creation. We need to make the hard choices if South Africa is to succeed. We can no longer outsource our future to the NEC or NWC of a divided and fractured ANC. to lose confidence in this government. I find it amazing that a government that's supposed to be against monopolies is the one that continues to protect them. Since 2016, primary steel prices have increased by a whopping 22%. Even though ArcelorMittal was given a 10% duty tariff. And this has put the untenable situation where manufacturers are having to import ready-made components from overseas because it's cheaper to import than it is to manufacture in our country. And so, Chairperson, it's time that we take charge of our future. Because if we fail to do so, we are going to find ourselves under the hooves of a wounded buffalo being chased by a cat from a Mpumalanga. The choice is ours to make, and that can only be made in 2019, and it cannot involve the ANC. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Hlangweni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on a lighter note, before I start my speech, today's speech, I'd like to dedicate to my and I would like to thank her for being our outstanding mom. Enjoy your cup of tea, Ma'am Vulani, in heaven. Furthermore, I want to thank the committee chairperson, Ms. Joan Fabs, for your outstanding leadership. It's quite out of the extraordinary that the opposition have to thank a chairperson. But I value what I learned from you as a woman. I value what I learned from you as a leader. And I wish that your organization does the same and value you while you are still alive, ma'am. The Department of Trade and Industry could be central to South Africa and the continent, developing the productive forces of our economy, so that we can create jobs, consume what we produce, and become more diversified economy, not simply reliant on mining and financial services. Instead, this department continues to take instruction from local and international capital. This has led to the JOS disjointed and in many ways non-existent industrial policy, which makes any attempts to see even the few progressive why we are on a path not to reap the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution, but only experience job losses that it will bring, while not creating any new ones. This is why we continue to see beneficiation of our mineral resources with which we are so blessed with in South Africa. No wonder some of our left-hand side donors have come and looted from our country. This is why the contribution of manufacturing sector of our economy declined from 21% in 1994 to 1990 from 2016 to 13%. And no, I'm not embarrassing myself. You are embarrassing yourself for fighting a woman, and she's back a year again. Viva while today we are seeing countries, including developed countries, today rejecting the free market fundamentalism and putting in place measures to protect the manufacturing industries with import tariffs. What happened to South African poultry industry because of the inability McPherson, you are howling here because you hate the woman, you hate a strong black woman, and that's why you are like this. Today, the poultry industry continues
Order.
loses of
Order. Honourable members. Honourable Slanguini, will you take your seat? Order, honourable members. Order. Why are you rising, honourable members?
Well, I'm surprised that even need to rise on the first
Why are you rising, honourable members? Order, honourable members. Order.
Can I address you, Chair? On the first instance, the member referred to
Order, honourable members. Order. Yes, honourable members.
on the
of the inability of government to clearly define and protect local industries is a shame. And when we wrote to the minister practical proposal,
Order, honourable members.
you are aware about our practical proposals that we've written to you to engage Treasury and SOEs to produce and buy locally and not in import anything from the outside. Today, the poultry industry continues to see job losses because of this government bending to the will of global capital. Our government continue to allow our local industries to be destroyed by cheap foreign imports like our clothing industry was in clearly in 1990s and 2000s, and our poultry industry is being destroyed the same way today. But the adoption of the neoliberal economic policy by the ANC has made any attempts to protect our economy, our jobs, and our people from the are being exploited of the nature of global capitalism and impossibility. It's because of this chairperson that we are objecting or rejecting this budget. And in just to say to the DA that economic freedom fighters and still raise my views. And that is what you are doing. That's why the rally is back today. Viva the rally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the Honourable Esther Eisen.
Thank you, Chairperson. During this year's debate, and as many in the past and most probably debate in the future, the nature of the issue and importance and growth of foreign investment appears to be central. The real issue, however, is whether does the Department has the political will over and above just debating this issue. How can the country be open for business when by its own admission policy uncertainty and conflicting government agendas are driving investors away. Issues of sentiment and political uncertainty are clearly a barrier to a Labour focus on industrial strategy. Yet, the economy not maintaining its weak levels of economic growth on account of the government's steroids, which this department provides in the form of subsidies, restrictions of trade and international competition. Tariff of black industries. And this is not entirely clear if this program will work. But more importantly, creating a black elite is not an obvious fantasy for the jobless masses. With thousands of poverty-stricken people need the money more than a few elites. Tariff protection is not the silver bullet against steel import. Despite duties from more than half a million tons of steel has been imported only in the last 6 months of last year. ArcelorMittal that was mentioned before got 10% tariff protection. But one of the conditions was that the price of steel must not be increased to the downstream steel industry. EMSA has increased the steel price more than 6 times since then. This is not helping, it's destroying the steel industry and creating thousands of job losses. The poultry industry, which faces the same problems of dumping from Brazil, and we've all seen the result, the disgusting chicken that imported from Brazil. If the department of the opinion that the only thing that matters is tariff protection, then we are taking away products in terms of competitiveness. Also, the cost of export the highest in the world, and the cost of export of value added tradable goods has for some time been higher than both the cost of export or primary commodities and the import of tradable goods with no consequences to it. If we look at the household spending, which is one of the pillars of economic growth, this is already showing a distinct switch away from durable and semi-durable purchases to the essentials, only to food and drink. This is mostly because of the high cost of living in South Africa, added together with the lack of service delivery, overtaxed consumers will always be the casualties of government failing. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon Honorable Member Mncwabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Ministers, distinguished guests. Let me start on behalf of my party to express our condolences to the people of Palestine for the senseless and brutal attack and killings in Gaza. Chairperson, the behavior and arrogance of Donald in Israel is becoming the uncontrollable fire, and the leadership of the world must isolate them. Honorable Chairperson, we note the commitment of this department to use its budget of 9.5 billion to accelerate its industrialization drive. We note and welcome the call by the Minister of buying local products, and we further Chairperson say it is our duty as members of the leadership of the society to protect our people from those big branded stores who are misleading them by telling them that those expensive branded goods are manufactured and produced in the US and in the UK. Whereas in fact they are produced in China, Taiwan, Japan, and other countries. Will support the call that we buy and manufacture locally. Chairperson, the department speaks about supporting our SOEs as members of this house practice what we preach. It should start with us to support our SOEs. Currently, as I speak, Chairperson, there is one airline that has a monopoly of flying members of parliament from Durban to Cape Town, from Cape Town to Durban, and that is not SAA. It should start with us. Because we come here and debate whether should we bail out SAA or not. And we as members, we are not doing our task to support our own airline. That's the call that NFP is making. The department
Order.
department must encourage investment in more rural areas and semi-rural areas. If it wants to ensure inclusive growth and encourage businesses to relocate to rural areas with incentives. This will assist in preventing a high number of our people who are living in the rural areas coming to the already overcrowded cities, looking for employment. Chairperson, the national credit regulator unnecessary burden on consumers. And it makes them to be more and more in debt. Another matter of concern is the exploitation of small businesses by big businesses, using them as fronts and profit-making agents, with the very little benefit to them as small businesses and broad-based black empowerment sector. Having expressed our concern, we support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon the Honorable Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry.
Honorable House Chairperson, Minister Rob Davis, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members of the National Assembly, the study group of the ANC in the Western Cape Legislature, Director General and officials of the Department of Trade and Industry, Council of Trade and Industry institutions, leaders of organized business and labor, distinguished guests, good afternoon.
message to deliver. A mission to fulfill, and a destiny to reach. But most importantly, they have the obligation to guide humanity in the direction that they wish to pursue. Our message, our mission, and our envisaged destiny as government is to take every hand to build a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. To harness every mind to construct an empire of liberty, justice, and inclusive growth. To inspire every heart to serve our nation with pride and with dignity. And to preserve the wisdom of the South African people, to chart a progressive development. Chairperson, collaborative effort from all spheres of government, the private sector, and labor has brought meaningful results in this financial year. Various instruments have been applied to accelerate our interventions. They include, amongst others, the Black Industrialist Program, special economic zones, revitalization of industrial park, honorable members, the DTI proudly exceeded this target of supporting black industrialists as of March 2018. Since inception, the Black Industrialist Program has approved 102 black industrialists. This program is projected to leverage an investment value of 8 billion rands. At full-scale production, this program is projected to create 18,000 direct new jobs. In respect to the above, amongst the black industrialist projects launched in this financial year were a youth-owned company based in Gauteng called Maneli Pet Foods. This company was given a grant funding of 12.5 million rands. Maneli manufactures and export high protein pet food to the US and the EU market. The other launch was of tissue converting, one of the first approved black industrialist projects in the pulp, paper, and furniture sector. Also launched their product called funding of 13 million rands. We wish to congratulate Team Thembu Tissue Converting for winning 2 exceptional awards. Namely, the Platinum Technology Award for quality and best trade name from other waste management association in France and all Africa Industrialist of the Year award from the ITC and CNBC Africa. Mr. Thembu is here with us in the gallery. Mr. Thembu is passionate about mentoring small businesses. Fellow South Africans, indeed, it is imperative to note that our pride of our country should not come after it becomes great, but rather our country becomes great because of our pride in it. The revitalization of our industrial parks is paramount to profiling our economy as radically transformed. 11 industrial parks have been selected for revitalization as mentioned in the last year's budget vote. parks across the country. This program of revitalization has ensured that 55,000 people are employed. With phase 2 in progress, further jobs will be created. It is important to note that because of the revitalization program, major companies are starting to locate their businesses in these industrial parks. In this instance, we Paul South Africa has invested 100 million rands in a new manufacturing line in the Isithebe Industrial Park near Mandeni in KwaZulu-Natal. Eight special economic zones have been designated. This has leveraged an investment of 10 billion rands, creating 13,447 direct jobs. For the 2018-2019 financial year, our priority will be to finalize the following designations: Nkomazi in Mpumalanga, Platinum Valley in the northwest, and Atlantis in the Western Cape. Also, a special economic zones. Honorable members, there is no value in measuring speed 2025 were issued with registration certificates. 1,603 cases of triple B misrepresentations were resolved this year. 3,158 invalid triple B certificates were captured by the Commission as of the 31st March 2018. For the 5 entities were issued with findings against non-compliance. This has ensured that triple B status is in entities is not misrepresented. The Commission has made it a point that complainants and those violated by irregularities are compensated. Young people are being mentored to deal with some of the cases, and senior management spend most of their time transferring skills to young people. Honorable members, boundaries cannot afford to be nurtured. If we wish to achieve greatness, the right doors are indeed being unlocked for our young people. Hence, the priority to train and mentor our youth. The Munyata program that DTI has given companies, and that represents 95% absorption rate. For the 2018-2019 phase of the program, Munyata will provide an opportunity to add a further 3,000 unemployed young graduates from across the country. The National Empowerment Fund has contributed significantly to economic development through the empowerment of local and black-owned businesses. In the year 2017-2018 alone, the NEF has spent a total of 634 million, while creating 3,609 employment opportunities. The capital injection from the fund has benefited a number of critical sectors, namely financial insurance, real estate, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, and forestry. Chairperson, we cannot begin to earmark economic transformation without its marriage to social development. In the year 2017-2018 financial year, the National Lotteries Commission distributed 1.5 billion rands to sectors charities, and miscellaneous. In addition to the above, the National Lotteries Commission has built early childhood development centers across the country to the value of 500 million rands. Rural provinces also stand to benefit from 120 million rands set aside to develop agricultural projects. Under construction is also the Credo Mutuam Museum based in Kuruman in the Northern Cape. This is in honor of the Credo Mutuam's contribution to literature, poetry, and knowledge development. This is in partnership with the Department of Arts and Culture and the government of the Northern Cape. On the legislative front, the department is finalizing the National Gambling Amendment Bill and two gambling regulations. The bill will be formally introduced in the course of this year. Fellow South Africans, like a bad as government will continue to sing, not because we have all the answers, but because we have the songs. Therefore, let us continue to collectively stand in song as into economic growth, freedom, equality for our people. I would like to thank the Minister, Minister Rob Davis, for his leadership and guidance. Members of the portfolio committee for their guidance. The department and all entities reporting to the Department of Trade and Industry for their support. I would like to thank the following deputy ministers for their collaboration and cooperation for the year under review. Honorable Styler Ndabeni Abrams, Telecommunication and Postal Services. Honorable Matala Masuku, Economic Development. Honorable Castle Matala, Small Business Development. And Honorable Fiso, which is agriculture and forestry. I asked the House to support this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I will now call upon Honorable P.T. Mandashe.
Honorable
supports the table budget by the Department of Trade and Industry. As it will assist the DTI to enhance the programs and projects initiated at the beginning of this term. Some of the programs are the special economic zones and industrial parks. In line with what the President said, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa in the zone that we should advance our agenda on transformation of our economy to promote industrial development, investment, competitiveness, and job creation. The DTI has in this current term been implementing industrial parks revitalization program, which involves revitalization and upgrading of industrial parks that are based in the former homelands and townships as part of our industrial policy action plan. Where our policies are implemented, we see the results. But it is this DA and this constituency that it does not want to accept the triple BEE policy as a policy position. The EPAP is the implementing plan for transforming South African economy need to grow the economy, eliminate poverty and unemployment, reduce inequality and create sustainability. Industrializing the economy means shifting towards the value-adding sectors. These production-driven sectors are fundamental to ensuring sustainable economic growth and job creation. The committee acknowledges the positive impact of industrial parks with respect to job creation, especially in the formal homelands, and welcomes that the designation of special economic zones and revitalization of these industrial parks remains a priority for this department. In the 2018-19 budget, 165.4 million is allocated to program 3 to facilitate the transformation of the economy, to promote industrial development and since inception. I'll cite but a few. Kucha has 14 investors who have invested 6.9 billion and created 7,243 jobs. The East London SEZ has 28 investors who invested 1.6 billion and created 3,435 jobs. The Dubai Trade Port SEZ has 10 investors who have invested 1.2 billion and created 2,655 jobs. Richards Bay SEZ has 2 investors who have invested 320 million and created 63 jobs. Chairperson, I want to highlight one SEZ in the Eastern Cape, the East London SEZ. This is one of the ideas that's in South Africa to date. It has secured 39 investors. Of these investors, 40 empowered or are triple BEE compliant, which you hate. According to a state SSA survey, since inception, a total of 7,243 direct jobs have been created. 3,650 direct manufacturing and services jobs to date over 12,000 direct construction jobs have been created. These jobs have a high multiplier, and in terms of the indirect job creation potential, this could stand over 14,000 indirect jobs. Approximately 84% in the East London IDs SEZ contracts are locally based. The East London SEZ has awarded contracts to the value of 297 million since April 2017. Of these, 60% was awarded to small and medium becoming the breeding ground for innovation. Since April 2017, the East London SEZ has helped train 154 beneficiaries as part of its mandate to empower nature and grow innovative business. The industrial parks, we welcome the department's continued efforts in revitalizing industrial parks. The industrial parks program is reviving South Africa's old industrial parks to use them to create economic and industrial development in townships and rural areas to create jobs for people in the previously disadvantaged areas. The 11 industrial parks under revitalization offer employment to over 60,000 people and are recognized as catalysts for broader economic and industrial development in their host regions. The Department of Trade and Industry is working with the provincial governments, municipalities, and the Development Bank of South Africa to revitalize the following parks: Botshabelo in Free State employed full-time. The Eastern Cape has Queen Industria with 555 people employed, and Vulindlela Heights in Umtata with 1,500 people employed. Babelege Northwest 1,400. Garangua 4,800. Ekandastra in Mpumalanga 3,979 people are employed. The SEZ and Industrial Park Revitalization Program has had a positive impact on transformation of our economy. Some are faced with challenges, though which we are sure that the department is going to overcome, which I can name a few: electricity and water, which I think needs to be attended to for economic growth. Chairperson, I want to say to the DA, the reason why Delil and have decided to leave you. It is because you are a counter-revolutionary party that fights the improvement and development of black people. And South Africans must know to for that.
Honourable Member A.D. Albert.
Thank you, House Chair, Minister, Committee Chairperson Fabs. This committee's oversight work is of the highest importance to ensure that the country's economy grows and that sustainable employment is indeed created. So far, the department has been able to ensure some sectors from shedding jobs, but have not succeeded in growing the economy more than a population growth trajectory that is necessary. We have said this before, and we will reiterate it again. There is just too much intervention in the economy to allow for real growth. Gegeven die werk wat voorlê vir die komitee, maak die Vryheidsfront plus derhalwe wat die volgende voorstelle. Firstly, in reviewing the Triple B Act to ensure amendments conducive to the functioning of the Triple B Commission are implemented. The DTI must perform a socio-economic impact assessment, and the Triple B Commission must also perform its own analysis and submit a report on its success or lack thereof of Triple B as a developmental intervention tool to create an inclusive economy. Special reference to any unintended consequences it may have had and will in future have on the significance and the effect of triple B on the whole economy must also be made. Tweedens, die nasionale loterykommissie se mandaat moet verseker dat maatskaplike ontwikkeling in al sy vorme deel vorm van sy fokus insluit in die beskerming van diere. Dit kan nie weer gebeur dat diereorganisasies geen befondsing ontvang nie. Voorsitter FAP sê onderneem om hierna te kyk na aanleiding van 'n versoek van ons. Derdens, die departement met die skeping van meer spesiale ekonomiese zones bespoedig ten einde beleggings en werkskeping te fasiliteer. Daar moet vooral gekyk word na die skep van 'n SEZ waar regstellende aksie en swart ekonomiese magtiging nie nodig is nie. Dit kan as eksperiment dien om te sien wat die effek van 'n vryer mark vir ekonomiese groei sal wees. The DTI must also ensure that the new proposed film production incentive complies with the needs of the local and international audiovisual production industry to ensure increased investment and growth of the local film, television and general audiovisual production industry. Die departement moet verseker dat die industriële beleidsaksieplan in die toekoms kennis neem van die aard en die effek van die vierde industriële revolusie en moet verseker dat daar wel beplan word om die negatiewe effek daarvan teen te werk ten einde ekonomiese groei te verseker. Lastly, the Minister and DTI must ensure that policy certainty is created regarding the concept of expropriation without compensation, and that the effect thereof will not be detrimental in any way to economic development and job creation, and will not be prejudicial to any existing legal property owners or rights holders in any form. While South Africans have reason to be concerned, it deserves to be noted that foreign investors are not protected against EWC either. As the existing bilateral investment treaties expire, the measures of the Protection of Investment Act will replace them. It is therefore very disconcerting that Section 10 of this Act provides that all property matters will be addressed by Section 25 of the Constitution. This is the very section that stands to be amended to allow EWC. This basically means that despite all the positioning by the Minister and the Department during the creation of the Protection of Investment Act, that it will not harm investor relations. It is going to actually devastate foreign direct investment into South Africa. Ons vra die einde verder te verseker dat die ekonomie werklik groei ten goeie vir almal in Suid-Afrika. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call upon Honourable Member Madisha.
Thank you, Chairperson. One doesn't need to be a guru to answer why our economy has stagnated. And perpetuates poverty, inequality, and joblessness. Is not rocket science. The answer is simply bad governance and bad policy making by the ruling party. Blaming the global financial crisis of 2008 or a downturn in the price of commodities, although this accentuates matters, it's not the bad truth. Chair, the Department of Trade and Industry and visions, let me quote, of them. How are we doing industrially? Are we globally competitive? Are we achieving inclusive growth? Are we creating decent employment? Is DTI achieving its vision? And are we getting a return on our investment in the department? The answer is we are de-industrializing. In fact, our economy is commodity export dependent. Between 1994 and 2015, we lost 20% of the jobs in our manufacturing sector. Globally, we are becoming less competitive. According to the WEF and the World Bank, we have gone down. We want to repeat. We have gone down from 28 down three, we need an environment conducive to investment and economic growth in the first instance. If we are to achieve inclusive growth, this fixation with wanting to divide the existing cake instead of making new cakes is counterproductive. Apart from the 4-year period between 2004 and 2007, when we had an average 5% growth rate, and unemployment fell. Now unemployment has risen and continues to rise hourly. 39% of unemployed adults and 60% of our youth have never worked. So, Chair, it is clear DTI is not achieving its vision, and we are getting a dismal return on our investment in the department. Unless we achieve a growth rate of 5% or more, our unemployment crisis will worsen will be volatile and stable as it is already evident. We need an honest conversation, and COPE is not convinced that we will get at this from what has become
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you, Honorable Member Madisha. I will now call upon Honorable Member Mbuyane.
House Chair, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South African. Condolences to the Nzima family, friends, comrades, for the loss of your loved one, comrade Nzima. Sam. Some of the major challenges facing South Africa are unemployment, equality, skill shortage, infrastructure shortage, limited industrial capacity, and reliance observers remark that our economy has been focused on the mining industry and is currently on a crisis because of a fall in demand of commodities from Chinese market. There has been a major contraction in the mining industry, and there's a need to respond to these challenges. We need to advance our agenda of job creation, skills development, local procurement, and infrastructure development. In 2014 election manifesto of the African National Congress on economic transformation seeks to promote local procurement to increase domestic production and creation of decent jobs by directing the state to progressively buy at least 75% of goods and services from South African produce, and support all small cooperatives, broad-based economic empowerment. The directive from the manifesto seeks to transform our economy by creating inclusive economic growth, which create jobs, reduce inequality, Network has received complaints and concern from some businesses which are in main black businesses. Some states entities do not comply with the local procurement regulations. As gazetted by the Minister of Finance. This was a serious concern, and the committee undertook the inquiry of compliance with the Public Procurement Provincial Framework Act and the regulation by some entities. According to the Department of Trade and Industry, government spent 500 billion a year on procurement, and that government has set 75% target for local procurement, and that is uploadable initiative. The concern raised that some of government departments and state entities do not comply. For local procurement and designated items such as pharmaceutical product, rolling stock, buses, body, canned processed vegetable, textile, clothing, leather, egg. The positive news that the DTI will engage with Treasurer and the Auditor General to ensure that compliance to local procurement by government and its entity should form part of the auditing process. The BEE Commission has put as part of its priority 1918 and 20 financial and 18 financial year to safeguard the outcome of the inclusive economy. To implement the corrective enforcement to achieve compliance with the BEE Act. Some challenges identified by the Triple BEE Commission with regard to compliance are the issues of fronting. From my left, inconsistent application of BEE, the lack of integrity of verification processes, and some of the challenges which work against the drive for economic transformation. As a portfolio committee, we welcome the conclusion of the memorandum of understanding with the competition commission. The Commission for Employment Equity and the National Gambling Board and the South African National Accreditation System to deal further encourage the Triple B Commission to conclude the signing of MOU with the National Prosecuting Authority and also the SARS to deal with PE violations. These are encouraging steps to ensure that the economic inclusivity become reality. The Department of Trade and Industry's Black Economic Industries program will a long way in accelerating radical economic transformation and also changing the ownership patterns of countries' economy. The objective of the scheme is to promote the participation of black industrialists as manufacturers in key sectors of the economy as identified by the IPEP. We welcome the budget allocation of 165 million to the program of special economic zone and economic transformation, and we believe that this allocation will enable the institution such as Triple B Commission to ensure the compliance with the Triple B Act, so that the creation and inclusivity of the economic growth that create
Honorable Member Mbuyane, just to let the House know that this was Honorable Mbuyane's maiden speech. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Honorable Member Kachalia.
We have heard the minister, the same minister for the past 10 years, who now again, yet again, presents a budget based on fool's gold. These are the same old policies that are responsible for sustained losses. But now we have a new deal. Honorable Chairperson, designed to correct the failures of the past decade.
Could you please take your seat? There's a point of order.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm traumatized. Why is the member shouting at us? Why is he shouting at us?
Okay, Honorable Member, your point of order is not sustained, but Honorable Member, could you please speak softer?
Some people can't hear, but I'll temper my speech.
Order.
This new deal aims to support business and consumer confidence. Why wonder, don't we get rid of the architect instead of renovating a flawed structure? This new deal is a fantasy. And first quarter figures may well come as a shock, because after stronger than anticipated growth in 2017, manufacturing has decreased by 1.6%, and mining production by 3.4%. Both are significant contributors to GDP. This is the reality, and we need to guard against the ever-present incentive to exaggerate economic performance. As Orwell put it, if liberty means anything, it means the right to tell other people what they do not want to hear. So let's be clear on the numbers. Manufacturing contracted by 1.3% year on year, with the consumer-facing factors of clothing and electronic items taking the hardest hit, falling by over 10% each. This is the patch of Minister Davies and his uninspiring department, whose first order of duty ought to be simply to get out of the way of South Africans who look to contribute to our economy. Instead, we are brought a copyright amendment bill so poorly drafted that it was completely rejected in committee after the public hearings, and a debt relief bill which will impact the financial a lifesaver who can't swim drags it below the water line. The road to hell, it is often said, is paved with good intentions. It doesn't stop there. In January this year, we recorded our highest monthly trade account deficit ever. Is the minister introducing drastic measures to improving entrepreneurship and create a competitive labor environment which should improve our exports in international markets? No. Instead, pandering to the ANC alliance partner COSATU, the minister remains preoccupied with industrial planning, focused on protecting pre-existing labor-intensive industries whose production is largely destined for domestic markets. This fails to create opportunities for the expansion of the South African export market and the creation of radical economic growth. And the much touted panacea is what? The approval of 6 special economic zones to encourage investment and overcome spatial legacies in production. Well, EZs are not a panacea for economic growth and development. They are but one of the policy instruments at the disposal of government. And never forget to the minister quoted on the subject. They said, given the scope for infringing on property rights, this policy has raised concern amongst investors and landowners. Investment friendly much? Not. And just how much has this minister spent on government subsidies and indirect infrastructure investment to parastatals and so-called private companies that are nothing more than state-owned companies in reality. Throwing good money after bad appears to be this minister's mantra. National Treasury's 2018 budget review says it all. Growth, and I quote, has been constrained by declining private investment associated with political and policy uncertainty and low consumer confidence. In the face of this debacle, Treasury has modeled three scenarios. In the first, Moody downgrades our debt further and growth slows to 0.7 in 2018. In the second, risk to the state-owned sector materialize and GDP growth contracts by 3.1% in 2018. In the third, it assumes an increase in business confidence against improvement in growth and results in an acceleration of GDP to 2.9% in 2018. Now you decide what is more likely. After the knocks we've taken in the first quarter, based on the track record of this minister over the past 10 years, that has seen unemployment grow to 9.48 million and a steady decline in real GDP growth rate since 2011, with a tiny uptake in 2017 that is being reversed as I speak. You decide. This minister and the ANC have destroyed value, and we are paying the price. The digital revolution offers a chance for South Africa to leapfrog into the digital age and to escape the dependence on commodities and manufacturing. Does this budget prepare us for it? The answer again is no. While comparative advantage and regional integration face headwinds as the pendulum seems to swing towards protectionism, this government retreats where into the lager. Simply put, this ANC and this minister and his department are failures of the first order, and this budget will be no different. Happy 10th anniversary, Minister, to you and your party. South Africans paid for the cake. You feel sorry for Supra. He must be saying, with all this focus on the me too. What about me?
Your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honorable Mashlobo.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair. Minister Comrade Davis, Deputy Minister Comrade Makwani, our Chair of the Portfolio Committee and Chief Whip of our Portfolio Committee, members of the diplomatic corps, partners in business, labor and civil society, senior management of DTI, and all DTI entities, comrades and friends, fellow South Africans. Fellow South Africans, let me join other peace-loving citizens of the world to express our outrage and disgust by the unwarranted lethal use of force by the Israel regime to brutally maim and kill more than 50 innocent Palestinians, whose only sin is to fight for freedom and their unalienable right to statehood. The Palestinian too want to live in bless the people of Palestine and Western Sahara are free. We further convey our sincere condolences to our struggling veteran and one of our icon and renowned photographer and the comrade and the father Ubaba comrade Sam Zima, who took his last breath during this weekend. On behalf of the ANC, we wish to convey our sincere condolences to his family. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Well, chairperson, we need to be able to find solace in some of the ways of Frantz Fanon. When he says, tell no lies, claim no easy victories, must know difficulties. There are people who speak here with confidence, and the issues they tell the nation, they know that these are untrue. Firstly, the country and our people, they are experiencing the winds of change. The winds of new dawn. reference to rating agencies. Moody has retained our rating. Even the other rating agencies have given a positive outlook. Even the World Bank have actually said South Africa is a place to do business. If you want to grow investment, this is a place where you need to come. Secondly, you can't speak on behalf of the ANC when you don't understand the ANC. Our policy position around expropriation of land without compensation is very clear to those who are investors that this policy has no intention to threaten all the productive sectors of our economy. We are going to do this to correct the sins of the past because it's the right thing to do. The last one that I needed to correct is our duty to have an inclusive economy that works for all South Africans, not only a few. There are those who speak as champions of affirmative action and empowerment. When their policy position is known, they don't like the empowerment. They want the status quo to secure regional African integration for the benefit of the African continent. Ours began with the reform more than a century old South African Customs Union. Implementation of a free trade agreement with SADC and more recently the conclusion of the comprehensive agreement with the rest of the continent through the tripartite free trade area and the African continent free trade area. It is very important to note that this democracy brought by the ANC and the people of this country has ensured that even those were architects and beneficiaries of apartheid, today they are doing business with the world. Their return on investment has multiplied because of the ANC government. Infrastructure is critical in order to improve living standards and to provide the base for industrial development. Industrialization is critical because 300 years of economic history confirms that long-term and sustained economic growth depends on creating conditions for the establishment of a manufacturing sector. South Africa exports have grown to almost 1.2 trillion in 2017. over these recent years to a total value of 1.1 trillion, equally encouraging is that manufacturers content of South Africa's export backers has led on its own since 2009. Therefore, South African business people, the ANC has opened doors for you, but you have a responsibility to contribute back into our country and do business in a responsible way in those countries as ambassadors of our country. As a continent, Africa has an infrastructure deficit estimated at 93 USD per billion per annum over the next 20 years. Colonialism has created infrastructure that was only geared towards the continent, fulfilling its role as a mere producer and exporter of primary commodities that were taken to other people's economies for value addition, job creation, and ultimately wealth creation. There is that a huge amount of catch-up we need to undergo as a continent to achieve regional economic integration. We as South Africa are committed to do everything possible to unlock the opportunities as we address infrastructure deficit in the development of regional value chain. This approach is wholly compatible with trends in successful emerging economies like India and China. We're also working very hard to be able to note that colonialism divided our continent into 54 separate countries. Then taking away our demographic dividends to have the largest number of consumers. Therefore, the larger groupings that we begin to reach out must be able to support growth in terms of the new regional value chain. The tripartite commerce East Africa Community FTA once concluded will give us an advantage of 26 countries, and will have a consumer population of 625 million. With the contribution total GDP of more than 1.6 billion, trillion USD. The African Continental Free Trade Area will also boost inter-trade and create a bigger market over 1 billion of people with the GDP contribution of 2.6 trillion USD. The global economy is now entering into backlash against the trade investment liberalization paradigm. That became ingrained in the 1990s. Contrary to expectation of some, the most visible form this has taken to date has been the right-wing nationalistic populism in the developing world. Posting itself as anti-globalization and anti-free trade. Rather than seeking a widespread sharing of benefits of technological advantages in trade, where witness a mushrooming of winner takes all markets, with winners reaping huge rewards, while others get little or nothing. All this is widening inequality. At the same time, we need to be acutely aware that the political trends are more likely to, in the immediate future, to change the trend landscape as something else. What is emerging is that there is a new trend that multilateralism now is being replaced by mercantilism. of the World Trade. Therefore, there is a risk that if we break the rules, there are going to be repercussions. But the behavior of the U.S. government and the attitude in terms of the other the vet that they've acted in terms of other variant of 25% impacting on our steel and aluminum is going to have a negative impact. As South Africans, we must stand strong. We must stand together. We must be resolute and take decisions around tariffs and other policy decisions that are going to protect our national interests. Our approach to African integration and development is very necessary and important. If we as Africans, we can be able to stand up that we too were not less than human. The UK is negotiating an exit from the EU, as South Africa have been one of the first countries to open discussions with the UK with the view to ensuring that our exporters access the UK market is not threatened. We enjoy strong economic ties with the UK across FDI services, tourism, while of course also mindful South Africa, we are indeed a leader, and that BRICS has a strategic importance in terms of geopolitics, international collaboration, but more importantly, the advantage of the population that if we can improve our trade. South Africa, we aim to increase our exports, particularly higher value-added manufactured products. While this is primarily a challenge for industry policy, strategic complements the national effort by enhancing access to global market for South African products, and by shaping trade and investment relations. South Africa economic imperatives such as that our links must be able to continue. We need to work with vigor to implement bold and decisive intervention of radical socio-economic transformation in order to eradicate poverty, unemployment, reduce inequality, and create sustainable livelihood, which constitute the main task of our second phase of transition as a spouse in the national democratic revolution by the People's Movement, the ANC. We cannot succeed as a nation when the majority of our citizens of our people are still suffering from poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Let's work together and seize this moment to make the revolutionary advance as business, as labor, and civil society, and make South Africa an investment destination. While living in one planet, and we need to be able to ensure that this planet has humanity. Therefore, an economy that works for all South Africans, that is inclusive, it will secure our security. The ANC supports this budget of this department. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry, who will reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me thank the honourable members for their contribution to this debate. I want to start off with just making a few observations because I think the Honourable Mahlobo spoke just now was covering part of the speech I indicated I couldn't because of time reasons cover it all. And I agree with him that in the context of the increasingly difficult global trading conditions, we have to redouble our efforts to promote developmental integration on the African continent. Just to say that the South Africa didn't sign the documents established in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That was for a technical legal reason that there's some of the annexes are not complete. As soon as that has happened, we will do that, and we'll present that to Parliament for ratification. We will be presenting the tripartite framework agreement to Parliament for ratification, and I can say that these two agreements are both basically frameworks, but that we are advancing to establish the tariff schedule agreement with the East African Community, and hopefully that will be concluded with between before too long. It would have been concluded last year, except for some of the interruptions in the Kenyan elections. I think one of the positive things that came out was that most members, in one way and another, with varying levels of coherence, was supporting the idea that we have to achieve a higher level of our own domestic market for locally produced products and in private sector, both in public sector decisions on procurement, as well as in the private sector. I want to say that the Honourable Fudge that we will take on board, and I already said on all of the issues that she was talking about, localization, tenders, and that I already mentioned it in my own speech. That is ongoing work in progress, and I trust also that the portfolio committee will continue to oversee that in very, very important area of industrial policy. Also, we'll take on board and we will respond in due course to all the recommendations made in the excellent report of the portfolio committee on our budget. The DA members, the Honourable Macpherson and Cachalia, they basically have, offered very little of substance, and they threw around a number of metaphors. The Honourable Macpherson, I recall calling me something like a wooden baseball bat, something like that. Well, let me throw a brick back at him and say that his input today reminded me of the quotation of the late Spyro Agnew, who was a vice president of the United States. You came over today as a naggy nabob of negativism. And let me say to you that you are wrong on a number of issues. that I announced, the 500 million, is precisely to support downstream metals industries, because while the decision was necessary to ensure that ArcelorMittal did not close, we were determined to make sure that the benefit was for the entire value chain of keeping steel production in South Africa. It's not finished work yet, but it's work in progress that is continuing. Then I think that the Honourable Kachali, as far as I could work out from what you were saying, and the Honourable Madisha said you don't have to be a guru to comment on our work. Well, we didn't hear a guru from the Honourable Kachali either. So I'm not sure exactly what you were saying, except he seemed to be saying that the DTI, we must just get out of the way and leave business, and that we waste money by providing incentives. I want to quote from some institution about our incentives that he may respect. So World Bank report in 2017, and they said, and I quote, overall the additional investment generated by tax incentives exceeds the government's foregone revenue. Furthermore, the existence of large employment of the total labour costs, especially in the manufacturing sector. Unquote. Sorry, I'd rather go with the World Bank than with the Honourable Kachali. Sorry. The Honourable Maklobo also was indicating what we do on tariffs. The Honourable Lowe, you manifestly got it wrong. We are not around about reducing tariffs all over the place. We take decisions on tariffs based on the evidence, and where the evidence tells us it will benefit local production, we have not hesitated to raise tariffs. That's the case in a number of sectors. And if you think that we're just bending over backwards, bending over backwards to appease foreign exporters of chicken products. Well, I want you to go and ask the EU if that's their reading of the saga that we're currently engaged in around accessing the hard won safeguard under the economic partnership agreement. Just to get back to the lastly, to our good friends in the DA. I mean, they honestly, I think they really captured it. They really took the biscuit. Really took the biscuit today. When they said that they cannot leave the to a divided and fractured political party. Now, I want to just say to them, I think you know the metaphor. You were talking about metaphors. People in glass houses in the light of the Patricia de Lille saga, exactly where you find yourselves, exactly where you find yourselves. And as for the, sorry, last, as for the Honourable Esther, well, you know, he doesn't want tariffs. He doesn't like tariffs. He says in the case of steel, but he doesn't want imports of poultry from Brazil. I don't know what you do about it, one way or the other. Either you use the policy tools at your disposal or you don't. Where you said you have the luxury of having your cake and eat it, where I said consistency and coherence counts. Thank you very much for the input. Thanks for the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, you are reminded that the debate of health budget vote will take place in this venue at 4:15. The debate on police, including the independent police investigative directorate budget work will take place in the old assembly, and the debate on the public enterprises budget vote will take place in committee room E249. That concludes the debate and the business of this mini plenary